Yeah, it would have probably blown up my ears. That's good. Except it's not showing up here. Why? Oh.
Ultra Street Fighter 4!
Upload to YouTube.
Ultra Street Fighter 4!
That's better. Okay, light punch. Oh, that's for keyboard. Here it is, chat. Street Fighter 4. Glorious, beautiful, right? Classic. Let me post them live.
The curtain
Holy
is raised for the
shit.
world's most extreme fighting tournament. Who will walk away victorious?
Maybe I should pick him.
ベガの人形か。あのような醜い体をさらに改造までして使用するとは相も変わらず理解しがたい趣味だ。だが肉体を作り出すというシステム自体は悪くない。私のこの美しさと強さを完璧に再現することなど神にさえ不可能だとしてもな。醜い者どもよ、お前たちの力は私がいただこう。地上の美を永遠のものとするためにな。
Alright, what costume am I stuck with?
The fight card is filled in. Which of these warriors will prove their strength to the world?
その視界赤く染めて差し上げよ
う。信念を持って戦い、そして勝つ。
Who will emerge a champion? Fight!
う。ゲス
Oh yeah, my buttons. How do I change them on this? Keyboard, oh, controller, there we go. Light punch, medium punch, heavy punch. Light kick. Was there heavy kick? Oh, there we go. Yeah, what moves do I have here?
You win! North America. Mass Gear Hideout. Fight locale. Chosen.
さて少しは退屈しのぎになる相手かな
Are you ready? Fight!
My buttons are good now. Vega. Oh my god, I'm charged? I'm charged, chat? Vega was a charge character? Holy moly, no wonder. Forgot about that. Holy shit, this character's annoying. I forgot. What the? I forgot he had a dagger too.
You lose.
Game like awesome. I hate this custom. Got some weird like shading thing on it, like scratches.
The curtain is raised on the world's most extreme fighting tournament. Who will walk away victorious?
Oh, maybe it's this. Maybe I just. Maybe not.
ベガの人形か
North America, driving at night.
その視界 赤く染めて差し上げよう。いや
Let's get started! Fight!
Okay, so I have charge left, I have charge... Wait, I have a charge down. Up. I have a left to right punch and a left right kick charge. I have a DP. Removes mask. Okay, so I have rolling crystal, which is left right. And down right kick. Okay, let's try the down right kick.
お前の血を見せて
Oh, it's like Guile.
You win! South America, inland jungle. Your destiny will be determined here.
さて少しは退屈しのぎになる相手かな
It's the battle of the century! Fight!
Wait, don't do that.
KO! You lose! Game over. The curtain is raised on the world's most extreme fighting tournament. Who will walk away victorious? Europe, Snowy Railgun. Whoever wins this one will have their name engraved in the pantheon of world warriors.
その視界赤く染めて差し上げよ
よろしくお願いします
Who will emerge a champion? Fight!
う美しくない
負けない春風脚春風脚春風脚そこだこれで決める
Oh.
決まったね
KO! You win! East Asia, Old Temple. Fight locale chosen.
信念を持って戦い、そして勝つ。
Are you ready? Fight!
ゲスめ。
The charge window seems kind of long. What was the other move I had?
You lose! Nice! Spot over two! Game over!
Okay, challenge, I think. Ultra Trail. What's Ultra Trail? Trail mode is not compatible with Ultra Street Fighter 4. Oh, the game will temporarily switch to Street Fighter 4 Original. Oh.
Training stage. Fight locale chosen. Ready, go!
Yo, please tell me I can change the input. Flying. Okay, so down kick. Okay, I need to see the charge time.
Success! Clear! Ready, go!
Izuna drop? Which one's Izuna drop? Hello? Izuna drop. Huh? It wants me to do what now? Going down left to up right? Like, wait, what? Like, down left, and then I go right? I go 1, 3. Wait, do I need to go 1, 3? Do I go 1, 3, 9? What's going on here? Or I just go up? Yo, what? Is that input? Well... Near opponent? Kick? That's not it. Oh. Oh, am I pushing punch and kick? Or just kick? Wait. So down up charge and then okay. Doing the drop.
Success! Clear! Ready, go! Success! Clear! Ready, go! Success! Clear! Ready, go! Success! Clear! Ready, go!
I wish there was a demo. There's no demo. Oh my god, that was it? I did it? Yeah, I forgot this game had hard ass inputs. What the fuck? Like weird ass super inputs. What the hell is that?
Ready, go!
I had to charge back down and then like do a half circle up, right? It was weird. It was weird on leverless. Dude, my brain was not able to process it. I had to think about it so hard. On stick, it's not something you need to think about. Yeah. But on leverless, it's like, I don't know, it's still weird. Okay. Okay, that was it, I think. Why'd it stop though? Should've been it. That was it.
Ready, go!
God, this input's so weird. All 3 kicks for this one, okay. Okay. Okay, this input's kind of weird, low-key. Fuck, this hard. That's so hard. Holy fuck. Why is this so difficult? I'm losing it. The hardest input I've had to do that's just like a single fucking input. I can't do this motion input for the life of me on leverless, and it's killing my soul. It feels like the hardest input I've ever done in my life. Why can't I do it? It feels so weird on leverless. So yeah, hitbox. My soul is struggling. I am dying. I don't think this game has demos either. Alright, I'm just gonna... Yeah, that's the hard part. My button layout is making that a little bit weird for me to like push it all at the same time, and it's kind of bugging me. I just need to practice this part again. Nah. Argentine Vega. He's one I always found interesting back in 4, but never learned. And I think my peak interest for him was probably back in 4. But instead I decided to learn Chun-Li. And I played Chun-Li on stick, on like controller, I mean. Let's find out. Let's take a minor break and figure out for funsies. What was the Street Fighter 4 tier list? 6 years ago. But it was just a Wong.
I am the Eggman. That's what I am. I am the Eggman. I got
BC, but this, if you're like bottom character, you can actually.
Am I looking at Street Fighter 4 still? Oh, I am.
Win tournaments, you can actually pull upsets. There's a lot of people.
Justin looks so much better now. This haircut, the weight, you know. Like, he's definitely looking a lot better now, a lot healthier. Crash, Vega. You're right. Okay, the haircut was fine. I mean, the weight, his weight, he's lost a lot of weight, is what I was trying to get at. He's looking so much better now. So Vega was trash, apparently. GG. Was he just hard? Yeah, that's what I kind of remember. His combos were like not good.
Punish a little bit too far. Yo, that cross up. Yo, what? And all that combo. That combo was crazy.
Whoa! Combo off the overhead. Ridiculous. Come on.
Yo, that was sick though.
Shoot. Oh man. I had a Lee Chung moment. Came at me. Woo! And he stuns him. Oh man. What's happened?
Yeah, we could do a few. Why can't I do this combo? This thing. If you pick Ryu though, I'm banning you. Or Ken. I'm losing it. I'm losing it. I lose my mind. Am I just never gonna be able to play this character because I can't do this? Get over my coach. Oh my god, yeah, there you go. That's so easy.
Ready, go!
Why are there more charging clips? I'm doing what now? Charge? Okay. The right, left, right? Oh yeah, it is right, left. Okay. No, it's all you. You got that one. Am I even doing this input right? Charge, right, left, right, and then three of those, no? Dude, these inputs are painful on leverless. I am struggling. I am struggling so bad.
Ready, go!
And bro, this is a game from like 2004. You think I can show inputs? Heavy and a crouch medium punch. Yo, Vega had proximity attacks. You see this? Look. That's a double hitter. Right here. Non-double hitter.
Success! Clear! Ready, go!
Brain links.
Success! Clear! Ready, go!
The hell's Scarlet Hair? Is it even Scarlet Hair? Wasn't it kick? Oh, kick and then right, not up. That's why. What the? Hello? Oh, heavy version.
Success! Clear! Ready, go!
Flying Balastaranka attack. Izuna drop. EX. That's an EX. And then a grab, okay. Huh. They have to be in the corner on this one, huh? Pushing forward punch. You have to do a diagonal. I don't know how I can do a diagonal toward them. What do you mean? Oh, there we go.
Success! Clear! Ready, go! Success! Clear! Ready, go!
Bring back Vega, chat. Where's Vega? What's wrong, Crystal? It is the one I thought. Just punch. This L. Oh, light. I was thinking like large. I don't know, or something. I don't know what I was thinking. Why was I thinking heavy on that? Oh, a little brain dead moment. Like large attack. And Vega was so cool.
Ready, go!
How was Vega so cool, chat? I miss Vega. Bring back Vega. Why isn't Vega in the game? Was he... I was getting up there. Was he a charge character in Street Fighter V too? I don't remember.
The world's fiercest fighters await. Will you be the last warrior standing? Training stage. Your destiny will be determined here. It's the battle of the century! Fight!
Okay, there's data. There's no frame data though. Pretty sure. Man, I missed this though, right here. You see this? I'm gonna spam the light attack. And compared to timing, like timing actually like matters, you know, and that. I miss when the timing was tighter though. You couldn't really like spam it, you know, the jab.
Why you? You would pay. Why you? You would pay. Why you? You would pay. You would pay. Why you? You would pay.
I'm gonna see if Vegap's the charge character in 5. I don't remember.
The main villain of Street Fighter is M. Bison, and to complement him is his organization, the criminal organization of Shadaloo. And because we want to have characters that fill the roster, there are also the 4 kings of the organization. Bison takes up a spot, and the others are Balrog and Vega. The final spot used to be Sagat, but he was replaced with Fang by Street Fighter V. And out of these 4 iconic characters in Fang, 2 of them are still not in Street Fighter 6, with Fang getting a surrogate through Aqua. And out of the 2 kings who still aren't in, we've talked about Balrog already. Quite extensively, in fact. But we haven't talked about Vega, and Vega is rumored to come next season, so let's finish the What's the deal with Vega?
Vega's rumored to come next season. Is this real?
In his first appearance in Street Fighter 2, he was very strong. His blind boss formula was almost unfair, looping mix over and over again, which wasn't even difficult to set up. It was this character that sadly eliminated Phil at 4th place in Evo. Though the character was broken, they can be one of the best overall gamers in the country.
I'm probably one of the best overall gamers in the country.
Ignore everything in the world I just said. But after his season 2, Vega was good in Alpha 3, but was
I'll show you the epitome of return. Hey, I was waiting for you.
he had
What's the deuces?
Yeah, see, I like that when you get to do that. That's kind of nice. Yeah, he wasn't a charge character in this one. No, wait, he was. He still had his charge up, down up. It just charged down up, so. Yeah, I moved to down up. I hope they bring Vega back.
multiple representatives in Capcom Cup, and even Punk played him in his Evo Japan run, even though extenuating circumstances happened in that tournament. But the point I'm making here is that Vega was a pretty good character, and was actually one specific change away from being a top tier. So before I get to the things that keep Vega from his spot at the top of the tier list, let's talk about the things that make him good, because Vega has some very defined strengths. Because of the way the localization works, the 3 Shadaloo Kings that don't have the Hanuman charge had to have their names swapped around in order to avoid the wrath of Iron Mike. And so these characters were given descriptor names to make sure that everyone across the globe understands who we're talking about. So Balrog became Boxer, Bison became Dictator, and Vega became Claw. So one very notable strength of Claw is his claw. The claw that Vega wears on his hand extends the range of his buttons and gives him some of the best buttons in the game. The main benefit of these being giant range. Most characters will have a difficult time getting to Vega's range. His claw is longer than just about every normal limb. The big one is for Heavy Punch, Buster Claw, which while being minus 14 on block, hits so far away that it doesn't matter a lot of the time. It may not give much on a normal hit, but a crush counter with it gives him a knockdown and Oki. And the other move is Stand Medium Punch. Giant range, plus on block for some reason, not even slow at 8 frames, no hurtbox, no whiff recovery, just kind of broken. The first move is to show just how far away he can bother you, and the second move is to make sure you just can't get in. He has those along with his Aurora Spin Edge, and just with these 3 tools, he has a very dominant neutral. The point is, big range. And normally when you think of giant buttons, you think of Dulzim, and Dulzim, in order to balance out the length of his limbs, has some of the worst walk speed in the game. But Vega does not
I have a
have
good
this
one,
problem at all.
Sale.
Quite the opposite, Vega has some of the fastest walk speed in the game. This means that not only are his buttons huge, he has no problem navigating the neutral with his movement. He can push his advantage. He can be both aggressive and defensive with these moves. And the combination of these means that Vega probably has the best neutral in the game. Sure, he doesn't have great low checks, he needs V-trigger to cancel out his charge medium kick, and his confirms aren't as good as someone like Karin or Luke, but the combination of these 2 factors just make him devastating. Not too worried about fireballs either, EX roll gives him fireball invincibility. But that's not all that makes him good. For a character that excels at this part of the game, a character that excels in neutral, his damage isn't poor either, and neither is his pressure on offense. His Switch Claw makes his offensive pressure a bit more layered than average, and it can also give him access to a command grab, a tool that is always helpful for your pressure. And if you EX it, it loops. And those are the tools that make Vega strong. He still does have his Flying Barcelona, but it just isn't as good anymore. Why do that when you're so strong on the ground? Let's leave our fate in our own hands and not in our opponent's ability to anti-air. All of that sounds great, but Vega was still a relatively niche pick even at the end of Street Fighter V's lifespan. So what are his weaknesses that offset his strengths? The first most obvious weakness has to do with the claw. You don't get to keep it. Vega has 2 movesets, punches and specials with the claw and punches and specials without the claw. He can switch between them with a special move, but if he gets hit enough while he's in claw form, it falls off. And he loses access to his claw moves, some of the best tools in the game. And it's not just getting hit that will strip him of his moves. Blocking hits also hurts your claw health. It certainly does less damage to it, but it still wears it down. This means that when Vega's on the back foot and he has to make a comeback, or even just later on in the round after trading hits, he won't have
I always thought that was such a cool, fun mechanic, though.
tools. And that sucks. But that's not the only thing that comes off. Hit him some more and he loses his Dream Minecraft mask. This does increase the damage he does across the board, but it also increases the damage he takes. He can do this willingly with an input, but what this means is that if
Like,
Vega's on the back
that's
foot, he really needs to
such
control
cool
only the
mechanics.
That's only the first problem. Hit him enough and he loses access to his moves. But the second problem just compounds upon it. Vega has no defense. Not exactly no defense. He does have a 3-frame, but he has no invincible reversal. But that's fine, not everyone has invincible reversals. But for some reason, his universal defensive options are worse than everyone else's. Every character in the game has a fully invincible critical art, except for Vega. It's throw and fireball invincible, but it's not strike invincible. And it eats all your meter too. Womp womp. But his V-reversal is also not good. There are 3 general V-reversals in the game. The knockdown, the not knockdown but you get plus frames, and the side switch. Each of these have their own upsides and downsides. But Vega doesn't have any of these. His V-reversal just makes him backflip a bit. And this may have its uses, but in the corner, where you would want this defensive option the most, it doesn't do much for relieving pressure. At least he has his V-shift in the final season. So in practice, even though Vega is very strong in the neutral, dominant even, once you get in on him, he doesn't have the tools to get you off of him. And if he doesn't get you off in time, he'll lose his powerful neutral. So that would be the change that would catapult him to top tier. Just give him some defense, right? Maybe. But neither of those are his biggest weakness. His biggest weakness is actually something that's even more simple. Vega has no anti-air. Street Fighter is normally played on the ground, but sometimes players want to get in through the air and skip all that ground nonsense. Jumping normals almost always leave you plus, but they are telegraphed and you can't block in the air. But most characters have a reliable way to deal with normal jump-ins, whether it be anti-air invincibility or a fast startup or a good angle to hit them out of the jump arc. Vega doesn't have a move like that. He doesn't have an anti-air, which means
That's so bad.
He doesn't have a good way to stop you. Yes, he has an air throw, and air airs exist, but those aren't very good. And V-trigger does give him an answer, but even that isn't a Dragon Punch and it's resource dependent, which compounds with his other weaknesses. He can't easily stop them from getting in and abusing his defense, which leads to his claw falling off, which leads to not great. Vega is tremendous when his opponent is on the ground, not so much when they're in the air. That's the buff that he would need to become top tier. He can do without any defense. He can even do with his claw breaking off. He cannot be a top tier without an anti-air. And this isn't exactly an uncommon way of designing characters.
True.
Characters have strengths and weaknesses. It makes for a more diverse roster and a more interesting game. And no anti-air is a weakness that is commonly employed. One of the other Heavenly Kings, Bison, also has an anti-air weakness. Not nearly as bad as Vega. You can give Vega these crazy normals if you just make it so that he can't stop a jump. This is where the video gets a bit more subjective. I'm not the biggest fan of this type of balancing. And I don't mean it's bad to design characters with weaknesses, even glaring weaknesses. But in this specific circumstance, where a weakness leads to pigeonholing their opponent into a specific playstyle, I think it can end up being unhealthy. Vega's design almost forces your opponent to jump at him, because you're disadvantaged on the ground and there's very little he can do to stop you. I understand that this can also be taken in the opposite direction, where the usage of a strong option also forces you to play in a certain way. But I think the difference in that case is that it gives a strong character agency to implement it. Don't get me wrong, it's still restrictive, but I think it's a bit less frustrating to deal with from both sides. Dhalsim's limbs may force you to jump or to skip or to whatever, but the Dhalsim could just refuse to press these committal strong moves and focus on stopping you. Vega doesn't have that option. Even if nothing's happening, he still doesn't have an anti-air. It's a reaction to an action rather than just a certainty. And again, this is all at the highest level where everyone is taking advantage of every advantage they get, and even then it's still a bit of an exaggeration from me. Players are jumping at Vega, but they're not exclusively jumping. I'm talking more conceptually than in practice. This method of specialized design can be cool. It can create whole new playstyles that forces other players to adapt to deal with. I've already given the example of Sim. You play him and you play against him vastly different than you do the rest of the cast. And that makes the game more interesting. But if you take it too far, then it can loop back around to being constricting. So keep making characters like these, but do your best to not make them so extreme. One last thing. The more prevalent the mechanic that is exploited as a weakness, the worse it can get for the character. Jumps are not very prevalent in Street Fighter V. So even with the weakness, you don't see players turning to kangaroos once they see an enemy Vega. But in a game like Street Fighter VI, where there are more skips, better skips, like Drive Rush, being a character without a Drive Rush check may be a lot more limiting, and make the character much harder to play. I don't know who I could possibly be referring to. Characters have strengths and characters have weaknesses. And much like how some strengths are healthier than others, some weaknesses are unhealthier than others. Balrog better get a damn good anti-air.
To this day, Vega is still paying for his Street Fighter 2 sins.
The screen is haunted anyone that's played Street Fighter 2. It happens every time that Vega uses a notorious wall dive move, which when used correctly, can absolutely dominate a match. It's frustrating to play against even at a top level, because you can force your opponent to flip a coin and guess which side you will attack on, and the counter to it is incredibly difficult to execute. Vega was a boss character introduced in Street Fighter 2. His original name in the Japanese version was Balrog, but when it was localized to be released in the United States, they were forced to swap the names of the bosses due to M. Bison being a little too similar to boxer Mike Tyson. Vega's general playstyle in Street Fighter 2 is characterized by his high-flying acrobatics and absurdly long-reaching moves. He has the fastest walk speed in the game, and is extremely good at controlling the space around him, forcing his opponents to take big risks to break his defense. He is easily considered a top 3 character, and honestly, he has no bad matchups. But what takes Vega over the top is his wall dive. His strongest game plan revolves around getting a knockdown, and then gaining enough space to do the wall.
So fast.
Once you reach a wall, you gain speed, but retain full control of your character. This allows you to force your opponent to guess what side you're going to attack from, forcing that coin flip. If your attack lands, your opponent is forced into a knockdown, giving you enough time to wall dive again. Games can be won or lost based on the first wall dive, but what it takes it even further into the cheap territory is when you have forced your opponent to guess which side you're on, you can now grab your opponent, turning what was once a 50-50 block into a losing battle of a 1 in 3 chance. Vega becomes the house at the casino. While this is incredibly strong, it's not without its flaws. For one, Vega's extremely vulnerable on the way up for his wall dive. He cannot cancel or attack until he touches the wall. Players can intercept him in the air to stop him before he gets his game plan going. Many characters have invincible reversal moves that can hit Vega, even if he's already attacking. But this is incredibly difficult, is you have to change your inputs depending on what side Vega attacks you from. Wall dive alone would put him in contention for top tier, but he has plenty of other strengths to complement it. He has long-reaching normal moves with disjointed hitboxes. This means he has portions of the moves that can't be hit, but he can hit the opponent. This allows him to play at very long ranges where most characters can't contest him. Combine this with the fastest walk speed in the game, and you have one of the best footsie characters to exist in Street Fighter. You could force characters into the corner easily and set up devastating tick throw situations, which is where you force your opponent to block with a normal attack, and then as they think you're going to attack again, you walk up and you land a throw on them. He also has 2 invincible moves, an invincible flip kick that can combo to itself for massive damage, as well as a retreating flip that allows him to get out of a lot of awkward situations. And finally, he has a super where the meter will only be used if he lands the actual attack. This is something few other characters can do in this game, and primarily used for the grappler characters. And on top of this, it functions as a regular wall dive, allowing you to decide if you want to go for the grab super, or if you want to attack, or cancel it altogether and fly across the screen.
Sounds ridiculous. Is the patch out? Isn't there a patch today or someone? Tomorrow? Yeah, I don't think it's till tomorrow, huh? Here, what do we do, chat? Yeah. Sorry, I'm back. Not at the moment, Lion. Maybe another time, though.
The Fast and Furious Hollywood Drift roller coaster is now welcoming guests at Universal Studios Hollywood in a surprise soft opening.
But not everyone is screaming with joy. KTLA's Jennifer McGraw is live in nearby Toluca Lake, where residents are a little revved up about all that noise.
John and Sam, absolutely. I can hear it from where we are, but we're not.
Thanks, I just need a little help. Please bring the about Asgard. The one called Asgard.
Front slop has been getting really good.
Funnel runners, 8 players, so it's not friend slop, it's group slop. It's not the same.
Group slop.
There's some damn group slopping that needs to happen. Let's move, we got some tornadoes out there. All right, how bad is it, bro? How bad is it, truly? How bad is it? It can't be that bad. Okay, that doesn't look that bad. Let me try again. Engine damaged? Okay. Fill the fuel tank. Do we have any fuel in here, or should I go find some fuel? Radio mic? Hello, hello, hello? Oh.
Fro loops. It's been 10 years since Street Fighter V's release, and we're still talking about them. You can call them a mechanical necessity, or you can call them a brain-dead 50-50. However you feel about their existence, it is clear that they provoke strong feelings from all sides of the
They are
force.
brain-dead 50-50s,
Personally,
period.
I don't care. I've been getting hit by dumb stuff for nearly 2 decades now, so throw loops aren't even really a drop in the pan. But I do think that intentional inclusion is interesting, because they're kind of a new phenomenon. Today, instead of just looking at previous Capcom titles that managed to solve the throw loop meta, I instead first want to look at SNK's KOF 98, because in this game, throws are insanely good. They are, at least on the surface, 10 times more powerful than the ones that we can find in Street Fighter 6, yet they are somehow less of an issue. Throw loops are possible in modern Street Fighter titles because you can time a throw to hit on the exact frame someone stands up, or on the exact frame they recover from an attack's block or hit stun, making it so you cannot escape by mashing a quick normal. The loop portion becomes possible because post-throw, we have enough frames to set up a meaty throw again. Now, in Street Fighter V, by the end of its lifespan, for the most part these were removed, and throws would instead set up a situation that, at least in the corner, was advantageous but didn't immediately lead back into a potential throw. In Street Fighter 6, however, although there are some characters who cannot loop their throw, there are also some who can do it with Drive Rush, and some who can do it for free. They basically reversed their design decision from the previous game, which I assume is due to the strength of parry as a wake-up option. Now, in King of Fighters 98, none of this is a concern. In this game, normal throws are instant, and this trait is also found on a lot of your command throws, which can beat just about anything grounded if you're close enough. You can also combo into your command throws, and on top of that, they'll often give you Oki, not just any Oki, but for some characters, your best Oki. Now, by Street Fighter standards, they should be broken, but they're not. On a knockdown, you get around 8 frames of throw involved, meaning the possibility of these meaty, gapless throws is just entirely gone. They'll go straight through you, and you can always just simply mash out with anything that activates in 8 frames or less. Super Turbo has this mechanic too, except in that game the amount of throw involved is random and ranges between 1 and 20
Random.
frames, because of course it's Super Turbo, it has to be random. To be fair, in that game, tick throws are the problem rather than meaty throws, but SNK thought of that as well. When you come out of block or hit stun, you regain the 8 frames of throw involved, the same as knockdown. Meaning if you're trying to tick throw someone, you'll need to wait and engage in a situation that's got a lot of variables to it. Maybe you make them block one button, then run up and throw, or you do something like an empty jump into a grab. It's about conditioning and overwhelming the opponent's mental stack by using KOF's myriad of offensive options. But it is worth going for because of the reward of damage and Oki. The thing is though, the defender actually has options against this style of throw too, not just by making a read with a mash or DP, but instead with a specific piece of tech that is unique to the franchise called Alternative Guard. If you're in block stun, you cannot be thrown, and this is also true when you're in a blocking state. Typically, you're put into a blocking state by your opponent via their proximity box on their attacks. Normally, you would come out of this state when the proximity box disappears or when you're out of block stun. However, we can extend our time in this state if when we're in it, we go from back to down back to back and then repeat. By using this, we can become completely throw involved, and we can lock our opponents out of ever grabbing us. It has a downside.
That's so OP.
Of course, because you're repeatedly going from back to down back, if our opponent just simply does repeated lows, they'll often hit us between inputs. Plus, you're locking yourself out of walking back until you come out of alternative guard by either letting go of the stick or holding back for too long. So you can be vulnerable.
Yeah, so not that bad actually, yeah.
If you don't react quick enough. SNK also play with this throw-in vulnerability state. This game has soft and hard knockdowns, the former of which you can quick rise against by pressing A and B while you land. It's often preferable to do this because it limits the setups your opponents can go for, and against certain moves it might just result in you resetting back to neutral. Teching has a downside though. They lose that throw involved, meaning you can just go up to them as soon as they wake up and throw, making grabs a really threatening option. And that's the really cool thing about throw involved. Not only does it stop something people seem to really dislike, but you can use it then as a further balancing tool by removing or reducing it. It just gives the devs more play when tuning the game. Air resets also give us this throw involved, which thank God. You're air resetting your opponents constantly in this game, and if you could all but guarantee a throw on landing, it would be very strong in a lot of situations. Now, I think it's easy to write off this idea because of all the movement options KOF has, making it far easier to reset pressure and outlast the 9 frames of throw involved. But Capcom have done something similar in the past, not just with Super Turbo, but also Third Strike. Here you have 6 frames of throw involved on wake up, and also when you're coming out of block or hit stun similar to KOF. Now, throws are an incredibly important part of the parry mind game against your opponent, but making them worse here works in the grand scheme of things. To start, some characters have access to Kara throws, where you cancel the startup of a normal throw, giving it way longer range and thus more flexibility. But also, 6 frames isn't a ton. If I hit you with a short and then try and throw you, all I really need to do is walk forward a little bit and it will just work. Plus, in this situation, I can make reads that don't really negatively affect my mix-up. Sure, you might go for a mash jab or something, because I can't throw you yet, but I can tap parry while I move in. There's levels to it and vagueness to the situation that allow for a lot of player expression. Even if you like loopable throws, I still think this system can appeal to you, because ultimately it allows developers to make throws strong without them snowballing around by themselves. Personally, I don't really like resetting back to neutral after a throw, especially in the corner. I get why they do it for balancing reasons, but it just doesn't feel that good. But with throw involved, we can kind of all win. The one thing I'd say that's bad about this system is that in its previous appearances, it lacks a certain visual clarity. This
Yeah.
looks like it should work, but it doesn't. And if you don't know why it didn't work, that could be frustrating. However, if this mechanic were to return to Street Fighter, I don't think there's a reason why you couldn't just add a simple visual indicator the same way there's one for stun lockouts.
When the opponent expands, I contract. When it contracts, I expand. And when there is an opportunity, I do not hit. It hits all by itself.
What makes a fighting game move iconic? Sometimes it's a fireball, sometimes it's an uppercut. But in the mid-90s, a different kind of answer emerged. A special move that didn't stop after a single button press. This is the Rekka, a multi-stage special move named after the Rekka Ken, an attack used by Fei Long in Super Street Fighter 2. Traditionally, special moves in fighting games are finalized the moment you input it. Perform a fireball and the projectile travels regardless of what happens next. Initiate a dragon punch and its arc and recovery are predetermined. They are commitments, singular actions with singular outcomes. On the other hand, the Rekka doesn't end with a single strike. It offers something far more enticing, the choice to continue by repeating the initial input for a second time, for a third time, or even more. But the defining feature of a Rekka is not the number of hits or the damage it deals, but rather the moment-by-moment agency it grants each player. It transforms one decision into a series of optional choices. After the first strike connects, whether it is blocked, hits cleanly, or even whiffs in some instances, the player may elect to repeat the input to continue the chain or stop the move entirely. In practice, this creates a branching decision tree where each follow-up carries its own risk and reward. Continue and you may secure additional pressure or damage, but overextend and you open yourself to counterattack. It is this branching decision that elevates the Rekka from a simple series of hits to a dangerous mind game. Since its first inception, the Rekka has evolved, becoming a motif that's borrowed, reshaped, and warped by designers across nearly every fighting game. It can vary from grounded martial arts with disciplined strikes to fantastical characters who twist the mechanic into mix-up trees and branching pressure webs. Today, we're going to explore that journey, where the Rekka came from, how it spread, and why it remains one of fighting game's most elegant expressions of offense. Although Fei Long is the name most players associate with the term Rekka, the idea didn't begin in Street Fighter at all. According to Kakuge, the long-running Japanese fighting game wiki, the earliest example of what we now call a Rekka comes from another title, Fighter's History, released in 1993 by Data East. For most people, the game is remembered for one certain gimmick. Every character has a weak point, and hitting it repeatedly allows you to inflict a guaranteed stun once per round.
Wait,
But
what game
tucked
is this?
inside this odd system was a
That's
far
interesting.
more influential innovation. A move that
Weird as heck.
predates Fei Long's Rekka Ken in function, if not in fame. This is Makoto Mizoguchi, a scrappy Japanese high schooler who dedicates his life to fighting, eventually finding himself roped into the Chinese mafia. Makoto has a special move called Renzoku Keri, which literally translates to continuous kick, or colloquially known as the scissor kick. Functionally, it checks every conceptual box for what would later become known as the Rekka. The surprising part is that the scissor kick can be inputted up to 5 times on the ground, and 4 times if you use the move while airborne. Each attack looks similar during the sequence, a rapid forward spinning kick animation with the final hit, the finisher, aiming downward. Visually, it's reminiscent of Ryu's Tatsu, but mechanically it's very different. In fact, it's actually strategically relevant to fighting history's weak point system. Because weak points are located in different places depending on the character, sometimes on the torso, sometimes on the head, Makoto's multi-hit kick becomes a specialized tool. Against opponents with upper weak points, the scissor kick hits rapidly and repeatedly in the perfect area, making it a reliable stun setup in matchups where other attacks struggle to connect. For general pressure, the scissor kick is just as useful as any other Rekka. On block, the scissor kick is -1, which means it's fairly safe if properly spaced. On hit, Makoto has enough time to link a jab into a combo confirm, leading into what are known as Tatsu loops. The main thing holding back the move is its difficulty. The scissor kick requires repeated inputs with precise timing, making it far from beginner friendly. The inputs can't even be delayed either. Years later, when developers began standardizing Rekka inputs, many opted for simplified button sequences for the subsequent moves, preserving the idea without the execution barrier. Instead of making the full motion each time, players would only need to input the final direction with the attack button for the subsequent moves. Even if Makoto didn't claim the spotlight, his move planted the seed, showing developers and players alike what a chained special move could offer: dynamic risk-reward pressure, and most importantly, player expression.
I think having to do the motion input though again is more fun.
When Fei Long punched his way into the Street Fighter II roster in 1993, he didn't just bring a new move, he changed the DNA of fighting games. Before his arrival, early fighting games treated special moves as isolated singular actions that often ended the pressure sequence. Even when players strung together hits, these combos were incidental, emergent quirks of timing baked into games that weren't designed around continuous strings. Then came Fei Long's Rekka-ken, a move that fundamentally redefined what it meant to attack. The name roughly translates to Raging Fire Punch, and it describes the attack perfectly. You see, Fei Long asked a radical question nobody had formally built into game design before. What if one punch wasn't enough? Executed with a simple quarter circle forward motion plus punch, the move seems straightforward on the surface. A lunging attack as Fei Long slides across the stage, accompanied by the sharp ki cries that pay homage to Bruce Lee's fighting style. But beneath this simplicity lies a deep well of strategic potential. The move can be chained up to 3 times in succession, with each input producing a distinct strike. The first attack is a face jab with the leading hand. The next is a gut strike with the trailing hand. The final attack is a chest-aimed back fist with the leading hand. Each hit not only looks different, but functions differently in terms of distance, speed, and recovery. Then, by varying the punch button, light, medium, or heavy, players can manipulate how far Fei Long slides, how quickly he recovers, and how safe he remains after the strike. In practical play, the safest sequence often involves using 2 heavy punches followed by a light punch. The heavy strikes cover the most ground, allowing Fei Long to maintain pressure from maximum distance, while the light punch at the end leaves him relatively safe on block. When playing footsies, Fei Long wants to maintain a certain sweet spot to maximize his Rekka's utility. Fei Long can poke at the opponent, control space, and condition reactions using the long reach of the heavy Rekka to keep him just outside the opponent's attack range, letting him harass and pressure without overcommitting. From here, he can also use feints and delays to bait attacks or punish defensive habits. Mastering Fei Long's Rekka isn't just about hitting buttons quickly, it's about manipulating the opponent's expectations. By using differing sequences of punches, Fei Long players can train opponents to block predictably. Once the opponent is conditioned, he can extend the pressure with less risk, exploiting defensive habits to continue combos, land counter hits, or create space for other attacks. This is where the Rekka shines as a psychological tool. Even when the initial strikes are unsafe on block, the mere threats of follow-up attacks forces opponents to act cautiously, effectively controlling their options without committing additional risk. It's easy to overlook the Rekka-ken today because its influence has become ubiquitous, but every modern fighter with a rapid chain string or multi-branching pressure tools owes something to Fei Long. He turned fire into motion, and the genre has been burning hotter ever since. Even decades after Fei Long helped define the concept, the Rekka lives on retaining its core concept to match the pace of modern fighting games. One of the clearest examples appears in Grand Blue Fantasy Versus Rising. This is Lancelot, the resident rushdown character of the game, complete with a dangerous arsenal of movement options and strong special moves, including a wall jump, a command dash, a fireball that can protect his approaches, a teleport, and of course, a
Teleport's cool.
This is the Southern Cross, a multi-part advancing slash attack with a quarter circle back motion as opposed to a quarter circle forward. Just like a classic Rekka, Lancelot commits to the first strike, then chooses whether to follow up with additional attacks, being able to delay between them to catch twitchy opponents. The difference is that the strength of the initial attack, whether it be light, medium, or heavy, determines the properties of each subsequent move. He doesn't get as much control as Fei Long in Street Fighter, but still the Southern Cross shows just how much depth the Rekka offers even today. Fundamentally, the Southern Cross is so effective because it puts Lancelot back into the opponent's face. Obviously, characters are scarier when they're close, but for most characters, they have to take a heavy risk after they have been pushed back far enough. The same is not the same for Lancelot. By cancelling his mid-range pokes into Southern Cross, he can force his pressure game while remaining safe at -3 or -4 on block, depending on the strength of the move that was used. If Southern Cross was a single-hitting special move, -3 or -4 would usually mean that Lancelot's turn is over, but the threat of the second Rekka is often enough to keep the opponent still. No matter how much the attack is at a disadvantage, as long as the opponent is conditioned, those minus frames don't matter. This gives Lancelot the opportunity to steal his turn back by dashing in with plus on block buttons, like Standing Light or Dash Light. Suddenly, what looked like the end of his offense becomes a reset into another chance to open someone up. Spacing matters, too. If the first hit connects at max distance, the light and medium versions of Southern Cross can actually be +1 on block, making the move even scarier in the hands of a masterful player. But like the classics, the Rekka still demands commitment. The third hit, the Ender, comes with real risk. It's very unsafe on block at -16, but deliberately includes a small gap before it hits. That gap turns it into a last-ditch frame trap just in case the opponent tries to jab after blocking the earlier strikes. Use it sparingly and you might steal rounds, but use it predictably and you die for it. Just like Fei Long's Rekka, Southern Cross feels suffocating if you're stuck blocking, but its gaps create a blueprint for defense. If the opponent mashes after the first Rekka, the second Rekka blows them up. Lancelot gets a full combo on counter hit. Therefore, the safest point to mash is after the second hit, because the only thing Lancelot can do to beat that mash is to use his unsafe Ender. If he commits to that final strike and you block it, you don't just escape his pressure, you get a full punish. Once defenders start challenging after the second hit, Lancelot is forced to take more risks, delaying, resetting pressure, or abandoning the Rekka structure entirely. In this sense, it's not only the attacker who does the conditioning. Overall, Southern Cross is one of my favorite examples of the Rekka in the modern day. Commitment creates pressure and delays create mind games, forcing both attacker and defender to make crucial decisions. It's interactive offense at its finest. Although the attacker does have the advantage, the defender still has clear counterplay. None of that checkmate bullshit. That's why the Rekka still thrives. After talking about how the Rekka creates interesting mind games for both attacker and defender, it's never all sunshine and rainbows when it comes to fighting games. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention how the Rekka has seen further evolution to include absolutely brain-dead mix-ups. Allow me to show you the single most degenerate character in modern fighting games, Elphelt, in Guilty Gear Strive. By pressing 214S, you can perform Here I Go, the first attack of her Rekka, which allows her to
Isn't she
enter a
not
state
that good?
called Chain Lollipop, where she unleashes her guns in a series of short-range attacks. During this state, pressing punch, kick, slash, or heavy slash will perform the corresponding Chain Lollipop attack. As opposed to a traditional Rekka, this move doesn't require motion inputs for the follow-ups, only requiring single button presses. The full
It's so much
sequence
better
may only
with the
use up
input,
to 3
like the motion
attacks in
inputs.
total, including the starter, but in her initial release, she was able to reset the sequence infinitely. After landing the first hit, the P follow-up is a multi-hitting overhead. The K follow-up is a far-traveling low. Finally, the H follow-up is the go-to finisher and immediately ends the sequence if pressed early. It's a mid as opposed to the previous follow-ups, though it gives a very advantageous knockdown on hit, and it keeps Elphelt safe when blocked. Essentially, the Rekka is an instant 50-50 if you block Elphelt because she can cancel into it from any of her pokes. But if you guess correctly on the first mix-up, she can actually go for another 50-50 by pressing either P or K again, effectively creating a 25% chance to block her. Of course, the P and K enders are very unsafe on block, as opposed to the H ender, so she does have to take a risk. She also doesn't get a combo from those enders either, but even if you manage to block both 50/50s, if she has meter, she can Roman cancel any of the Rekka enders and just use her Rekka for a third time, then a fourth time. That's not even mentioning how she can just throw you after the first hit if you're conditioned to block. Each time she lands her 214S, you have a 1/3 chance of guessing correctly. If you multiply that by 4, it becomes 1 in 12, a mere 8.33% chance to guess correctly. Damn bro, I cannot believe Street Fighter players complain about throw loops. When I play that game, I low-key feel relaxed because I don't have to deal with Elfeld or Happy Chaos, where you lose if you block. The only consolation is that Elfeld doesn't do as much damage as the rest of the cast, and she has low health. In any case, this move might seem powerful, but there is a bit of counterplay. The safest way she can enter Rekka is by using standing heavy and forward heavy, which provide the greatest block stun. As a defender, you can backdash and throw her. This is a reliable method that works with almost every character, but backdash loses to her grenade toss, which then results in a full combo. It's almost like a 50/50 before she even starts the Rekka mix-up. Otherwise, if she attempts to enter the Rekka from any other move, she will lose to 6P, which has upper body invincibility. Once again, the Rekka can use grenade toss to completely evade some characters' 6P attempts, but it's only a portion of the cast, thankfully. This counterplay is a bit of a simplification, but her Dust Loop page and Watashi's video have a more detailed explanation. Unfortunately, the worst part about Elfeld's design is that she's so easy to play, allowing you to wipe the floor with anyone that doesn't know the counterplay. Playing against Elfeld might ruin your gaming session, but actually, I love the chain lollipop. That's right, I main Elfeld. Did you expect that plot twist? In the end, her chain lollipop shows just how far the Rekka concept has been stretched, and in some cases twisted by modern design. For some people, like me, it's fun to ruin someone's day, but I would never defend it as good game design. Fighting games can be degenerate, but they're always expressive, and sometimes moves like these are just too fun not to use, even when you know you're parts of the problem. Typically, Rekka moves are pretty simple to understand once you've learned the basic concept, but as you would expect, developers will always strive to push the game design beyond its absolute limits. Let me show you the infamous Unchained system used by Angel from the King of Fighters. She's a character that everyone loves, but almost no one actually wants to play. Unlike other characters with regular special moves, Angel is unique in that almost all her special moves revolve around the Unchained system. It's technically a Rekka, but calling this a Rekka feels like calling a nuclear reactor a heater with extra steps. It's so complex that you genuinely need the flowchart next to your monitor if you want to learn the character. So how exactly does it work? The Unchained system is essentially a 3.5 stage Rekka tree where Angel can branch, loop, or reset with specific options. Since her first incarnation in 2001, the Rekka has been tweaked, but the moves have remained mostly the same. The first part is the Unchained starter. These are 5 opening attacks, and they are the only ones that can be used to start the Rekka chain. And within these attacks, they actually carry a ton of mix baked in. You have an overhead, a low, frame trap options, and a command dash that can side switch. Once you start Unchained with one of these moves, you can move on to the second part, the Unchained Circle. Stage 2 opens the floodgates, where Angel gains access to 6 directional follow-ups. There are 3 punches and 3 kicks, and each option corresponds to one of 3 directions, either up, forward, or down. It's a lot of moves to take in at once, but they all follow a pattern. Up inputs are fast mids for frame trapping or extending combos. Forward inputs are overheads, with one of them being 10 frames, the fastest in the entire game. The down inputs are lows, as you would expect, completing the high-low mix-up pattern. She can chain circle moves into other circle moves, but there are 3 rules. She can't use the same move twice. She can't use the same directional input twice, and she must alternate between punches and kicks. With those limitations, she has 2 main follow-ups for each circle move, as shown by the graphic. Alternatively, she can cancel back into her command dash to reset the entire sequence and start from stage 1 again. She can also cancel into a feint, which is an optional stage in the Unchained sequence called the Special Circle, taking place between stage 2 and 3. The feint allows her to reposition herself, but the caveat is that she can only use an Unchained finisher after performing the move. Speaking of finishers, this is the final stage. The finishers include a launcher, an unblockable attack, a safe ender, a slow command grab for resetting pressure, and finally a frame 1 command grab. Once you're able to get through the execution barrier, the Unchained system is endlessly expressive. Its sheer power can sometimes be enough to compensate for the weaknesses in the rest of her moveset. With Unchained, Angel can threaten a high-low mix-up at nearly any point in a block string, reset pressure mid-Rekka, and evade retaliation within the string. This is the Rekka taken to its absolute conceptual limit, not only evolving past Fei Long's clean 3-hit pattern, but mutating into a system that demands memorization, flowchart awareness, and absurd muscle memory. That's why Angel is beloved by lab monsters, and avoided by everyone else. She's the perfect example of how a simple idea can spiral into something wild, complex, and uniquely KOF. From its humble beginnings in Fighter's history with Mizoguchi's scissor kicks, to Fei Long cementing the name, to modern characters weaponizing it for degenerate chaos, the Rekka has come a long way, evolving into one of fighting game's most flexible ideas, part combo tool, part pressure engine, and sometimes a psychological test. After all those innovations, the Rekka always comes back to the same choice: stop or keep going. That decision point is what keeps both players thinking, adapting, and second-guessing each other. It's what turns a single special move into an exciting mind game. Fighting games thrive on these tiny moments: a read, a gamble, a commitment, pressing forward even when you might get punished for it. And maybe that's why Rekkas have lasted decades across many games and generations.
Be right back. Just got back.
Folks like all types of gaming. I feel like fighting games, people are really tribal, right? My game is the best, your game is trash. Our wonderful combos, your brainless mashing, you know, that kind of thing. It feels like no game really is safe from having haters. Anything that's played to a certain point, people are going to hate it to a degree. That's what it feels like, except there are a few fighting games out there that I have found essentially no one really hates. Everyone in the FGC at least has pretty positive things to say about these games. So that's what I wanted to go through today. What are the fighting games that the FGC does not hate at all? That's what we're going to be talking about today. But if you're watching this video, that means you probably like stuff like deep combat, hype combos, precise timing, and playing as your favorite superheroes. Am I right? Well, if you want a game with all that plus the... They even have Venom the Duck. They have some deep cuts in this game as well. But my favorite to play so far has probably been Colossus, looking at the big, beefy combo into the super. It didn't quite kill the... Oh god, he supered me back. Okay, it's fine, guys. It's fine. We got the dub. And one thing I also like about this game is you can actually use your controllers, your fight sticks, and all that on the PC version, which I really appreciate as a fighting game player. And there's never been a better time to start playing than right now, because if you download the game using the link below or in the QR code right here, you'll get a limited time heavy hitters bundle that includes 10 champions for free, including Hercules, Thing, Shang-Chi, and Iron Fist. This bundle is only available until May 6th.
No, not at the moment. Not the moment sale.
Download the game right now. So thanks so much to you guys for using that link, and thank you to Marvel Contest of Champions for sponsoring this video. All right, so the first game I wanted to talk about that I feel like no one really hates is going to be Vampire Savior. Darkstalkers 3, aka Vampire Savior. People feel very positively about this game in my experience, and I've never really heard anyone talk smack about it or say it's bad. So why is that? So let's get the obvious stuff out of the way. This game is from what a lot of people would consider Capcom's golden age, the era starting with Street Fighter 2, ending in the early 2000s, where they were just releasing tons of fighting games, and in a lot of ways Capcom was really at the peak of the industry in terms of things like sprite art. This game's sprite art is really incredible. Characters have a lot of frames, and they are very unique and not the kind of thing you would see in other fighting games. The game is also very fast. I mean, like, shockingly fast. Every character feels like a rushdown character in this game for the most part, and you just zoom around, and life bars go really fast as well. You can kill opponents super quickly, so it's a very fast-paced and exciting game. I think another thing this game has going for it is the Magic Series combo system, so you can always do light punch, light kick, medium kick, heavy punch, and these moves will just string together, heavy kick as well at the end, and like you can mix up your order, so the combo system I think is very intuitive. You can pick up any character in the game for the most part and have some idea of like, here's a basic combo that I can do, and not have to go into training mode first and figure out what you're doing. It makes the characters very easy to pick up and play, and even if you are a new player to the game, you can just press the buttons in order and have fun doing combos. But the game also has a ton of depth, so I feel like it's rewarding to play for a long time. You know, every character has like 1,800 different supers and all these different ways to use their meter, so there's a lot of depth to the move list. Every character plays extremely differently as well, so you can get a very different experience. You know, a character like Shenko has an air dash, but her ground dash is very unique. She teleports the ground dash. A character like Morgan actually has no ground dash. Her ground dash makes her airborne, which is what allows her to do very nasty high-low mix-ups. Dimitri's ground dash allows him to extend the range of his special moves. So every character is very different in this game, and you can have a very different experience playing all of them, which lends the game a lot of replay value. But that's not to say this game is perfect, even though I feel like I've never really heard anyone hate on Vampire Savior. It does definitely have some well-known flaws. One of them is the roster itself is relatively small, and there's some missing characters, which is kind of weird. So yeah, here you can see this is the entire roster of Vampire Savior. But here's the previous game in the series, Vampire Hunter. We had characters like Donovan, Phobos, Pyron. They are simply missing from the sequel, Vampire Savior.
And that would have been cool to see those, man.
So the roster might feel a little confusing to some people. Another very strange thing in this game is the defensive mechanic, the tech hit or push block mechanic in this game is random. So this game is very rushdown heavy, and if you're blocking the opponent and you want to push them off you, you have to do a tech hit. But the way tech hit works is you essentially need to mash as many different buttons as you can while you're blocking, and the more buttons you press, the higher the percentage chance is that you will successfully get the tech hit. So the only way to guarantee tech hit is to hit all 6 buttons while you're blocking the attack, which is basically impossible to do. Maybe the really godlike players can do this, but I think for a lot of people, you might be able to slide your hand on the button and get 5. This is my technique. Show you the buttons I'm pressing. I do light kick, light punch, medium punch, heavy punch, and I slide my finger down to heavy kick. So like that, I can hit 5 buttons really fast, which usually gets you a tech hit. It's like 90% likelihood or 80%. I don't know the exact number, but not all the time. And actually executing tech hits is a major challenge, I think, for newer players, and it's something that separates the really good players from the just okay players. But yeah, the fact that there is kind of a randomness factor in here that can really decide how things go, because if you push the opponent off you, you might actually have a chance to get some offense started, but if you fail, you're going to be stuck blocking the mix, and you might just die because this is such an aggressive game. So yeah, the tech hit system is definitely weird. I think at this point, you know, we've kind of gotten used to it if we're still playing the game, but yeah, it's definitely a weird aspect of this game that turns some people off. But I think overall with this game, the good definitely outweighs the bad, and there's a good reason why this game is held in high esteem and still played by fighting game players today, nearly 2 decades later. I guess over 2 decades later. Good lord, this game is old, but we will be playing it as a main game at EVO this year, which is really crazy to think about. So yeah, Vampire Savior, definitely a beloved game in the FGC even still. All right, the next game I wanted to talk about is going to be Tekken 5 Dark Resurrection. I feel like out of all the Tekken games, it's really hard to find one that nobody hates on, but I feel like Tekken 5 DR is widely considered by a lot of people to be the closest to perfect the Tekken series has ever been, at least depending on who you ask. Okay, what are the main reasons why people don't really talk smack about this game at all the way they might about the later games? Well, I think the 2 defining factors that work in this game's favor are its simplicity and its speed. If we turn back the clock to Tekken 4, one of the issues that people had with this game was it felt a bit on the slower side, especially things like movement, backdashing, Korean backdashing. These were nerfed and slowed down a little bit, and the game just felt less exciting to people. Tekken 4 also had some other weird things, like it had 3D stages where there were different levels of elevation, and there were like corners and like obstacles on the stage.
Elevation, obstacles, what the fuck?
One of the biggest issues that people had with it was its
That's
speed.
interesting.
Tekken 5 is generally considered faster, a lot more movement-based. When people think about the purity of Tekken neutral with things like, you know, whip punishing, sidestepping, backdashing, Korean backdashing, like I mentioned, these things are very strong in Tekken 5, and people really appreciate that. And also, I mentioned the simplicity. Tekken 6 is kind of where we started introducing newer mechanics to kind of increase the hype factor for games. So Tekken 6 added stuff like Rage, the comeback mechanic. When you get low on life, you deal extra damage. It also introduced Bound during combos, which lets you round bounce the opponent, which made combos a lot longer. We still have mechanics like the screw knockdown in Tekken games and stuff like that. Now we have all the crazy mechanics as well, like Rage Art, Rage Drive, the heat system. All these things, they extend the length of combos. They kind of mess with the pacing of the game when you have to like watch a cutscene. They also make comebacks a bit more easy, and it feels like maybe they're not as earned for some players.
Tekken 5 was pretty cool.
Tekken 5 Dark Resurrection, you know, not having these combo extension mechanics, these meter mechanics, is a very down-to-earth and solid Tekken game, more so than any game that came after it in the series, which I think a lot of people really like. So yeah, Tekken and maybe Guilty Gear XX in general is just kind of the most beloved that the Guilty Gear franchise has ever been, at least in terms of not having any haters. I think a lot of the things that make Guilty Gear stand out are really epitomized in this game. The
Wasn't this one
character
broken?
designs, the sprite artwork, the beautiful music, the speed. Again, we talked about speed in pretty much all the games so far. This is a very, very fast-paced game that also has some very high damage potential, so the game is very exciting to play. Again, similar to Vampire Savior, this game's combo system has the Gatling system, which basically means that you always know what order your buttons are going to go in. You can always go punch, kick, slash, heavy slash. You can chain like this in the air as well, so again, you pretty much always have like a basic combo that you can do with any character. You know the order that your buttons are going to go in, which I think for people who are just trying the game out for the first time or just casually playing, it is nice to have something like that that makes the game easier to pick up and play. And this being the final sprite game in the Guilty Gear franchise, they basically accumulated a whole bunch of characters over the years, and this game has a very wide roster. And again, similar to Vampire Savior, the characters play so different in this game. And with some of these really unique characters like Venom, you basically need to like know geometry to be able to play this character. You got to know like which direction are my cue balls going to go when I hit them. He's just really unique and really interesting to play, and you never really see characters like this in the vast majority of fighting games. So that's something that Guilty Gear has always had going for it. And I think another commonality you'll see with Tekken 5 is that the game doesn't really have that many gimmicks. So if we go ahead to Guilty Gear Xrd, they really started introducing crazy stuff into this game, like Danger Time, which is like a really random feeling and over-the-top powerful mechanic. Guilty Gear Strive is really where they went all the way in terms of kind of making the game more approachable, making it more designed around hype moments happening to bring the new players in, which is another pattern that we saw in Tekken, right? Like as the series went on, they added more and more things to, generate hype and make exciting things happen more often, which is good for newer players and for spectators who want to watch exciting matches and, not have to get over a huge learning curve to start doing cool things. But for the hardcore people in the FGC, I feel like the older games where it felt more like you had to earn stuff was a bit more appreciated than the more modern trends we've seen in the fighting game genre. Of course, even though I rarely see people hate on this game, there are definitely some known issues with the game, one of which is for sure going to be balanced. So the top tier characters in the game are like truly insane. If we talk about characters like Baiken, Testament, maybe like the #1 offender in the game of just being really over the top, ridiculous, and broken. Zappa as well, yeah, character's so problematic that he never really came back. Can't play this character anymore. He stopped existing after this game. But the game is open-ended and freeform enough that I think even the weaker characters can definitely compete. But yeah, some of the stuff that the top tiers are capable of this is shocking. And another issue some people might have with the game is the strictness and the importance of the FRC system. So Roman Cancel lets you cancel any attack in Guilty Gear, and it costs half your tension gauge. This game also has FRC Force Roman Cancel, which lets you cancel attacks with only 25% of the tension gauge, which is extremely powerful. But there are some catches that can only be done on very specific moves. So you can't FRC just any move you want. It has to be a certain set of moves that are approved to be FRCable. And it also is very, very tight timing. I believe it's 2 frames? Or is it 3 frames? Let me know. I think it's 2 frames. It's very hard to do, but very, very essential if you want to play the game seriously and be able to get good damage off your combos. So yeah, FRC is super strong, but really hard to do, which I think can be discouraging for newer players. But once you get used to it, I guess it's not so bad. You can say, I haven't even played this game in forever, but I'm still, we're hitting some FRCs here. Okay, ignore the fact that I just dropped that one, but yeah, it's possible. So yeah, similar to Darkstalkers, in that game you needed hard execution to push the opponent off you. In this game, you need hard execution basically to be able to do your bread and butter combos if you are a character that really relies on their FRC. So yeah, I can see that being an issue for some people personally. I've kind of gotten over it. It doesn't bother me that much, but it is really, really annoying when you really need the FRC to win the match and get your good combo and you drop it. Yeah, that can be annoying. But other than that, I think people are generally very positive about the gameplay of this game. Yes, there's a lot of broken stuff. Yes, it's a difficult game to get good at. But I think the Gatling system and just how attractive the characters are and how unique they are, that it's easy to find someone that you can latch onto and really want to get good with. I feel like this game really has that going for it, and that is why the Guilty Gear XX series, but in particular Accent Core, has stood the test of time over all these years. All right, the next fighting game that I basically never hear anyone hate on is going to be Virtua Fighter 5. So it kind of feels like Virtua Fighter has always been the less popular 3D fighting game franchise compared to Tekken, which I think maybe works in its favor in terms of making its way into this video. I feel like the more popular a game is, the more likely it is to
to me, it's the art style and the characters, man.
attract haters. But
They're uninteresting. They're boring.
Put in the effort to trying and learning Virtua Fighter 5.
Like, bro, this is just man in mask.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people don't really have much to say about it, but this is a really fantastic game. As you may not know, Virtua Fighter 5 came out in 2006? Yes, I had to look it up. The original version came out in 2006, which is crazy because it's essentially still being played today, although it
No, every Virtua Fighter looks the same to me.
Which is gameplay of the game and really be impressed by what people are able to do. And I feel like no other fighting game really does what this does. We talk about the simplicity of Tekken 5, but this game takes it to the max. Virtua Fighter has basically, it's never had a meter. It's never had any crazy combat mechanics or anything like that. This is just a game where you punch and kick each other. So in terms of being back to basics, this is the ultimate example of that. We'll have to see if that changes at all with the upcoming Virtua Fighter game. It kind of seems like they're talking about maybe bringing Arc of the Wolves. I feel like out of all of SNK's vast library of older games, you really never hear very much negativity around Garo Mark of the Wolves at all. This is a game that people look back on very fondly.
Yeah, actually got that one was on sale. It's $1
for the Fatal Fury franchise. So if you guys don't know,
I think I missed it.
They threw out the whole roster of this game, essentially, of the Fatal Fury franchise when they made this game. So Terry Bogard was the only returning character. And of course, other games have tried this. Like Street Fighter 3, I think had a very negative reaction from people when they were like, hey, where's my Chun-Li? Where's my M. Bison, E. Honda, Blanca? None of them were in Street Fighter 3, which a lot of people didn't like. But here in Garo Mark of the Wolves, only Terry being the returning character, I feel like people were able to look past it because the new characters are very, very cool and beloved in this. So we've got Rock Howard, who I should also mention the look of the game. I think is really mind-blowing. Rock is very famous for his dynamic clothing physics and stuff like that on his attacks. He looks really badass and cool. To be honest, I think all the characters look pretty amazing in this. There's also some really awesome sprite effects, like on the special moves and stuff. Like, bro, some of this just looks crazy for the time and for the fact that this is on the Neo Geo console, which was super old at that point, or arcade platform, I should say, rather than console. So visually, I think the game is very impressive. Gameplay-wise, they removed the lanes system that Fatal Fury was kind of known for, where you can kind of dodge into the foreground and the background. That's gone. It is now a very traditional 2D game, which I think a lot of people like. I think they like the fact that, yeah, this plays more like other fighting games that they might be used to. It has the short hopping from the KOF series, but it doesn't have super jumping or hyper hopping, so it feels a little more simple in terms of movement than KOF does. But the gameplay is anything but simple. There's a lot of cool new mechanics in this game. Like there is the breaking mechanic that allows you to cancel the ending of some of your special moves. So this allows you to do some very cool combos like that. You can juggle with your breaking. This game also has feinting. So, you know, you can see like the startup and the voice effect for one of your special moves. But you can also feint the special move and fake the opponent out. But the really cool use of this is that you can use it in combos. So you can create new combos that normally wouldn't exist using feints mid-combo, which was a very cool idea. This game also introduced some very iconic moves like Terry's Buster Wolf. Can you believe this was the first game to have Buster Wolf? Kind of surprising that it was this and not any of the earlier Fatal Fury games or the KOF games. Yeah, pretty cool. Similar to Guilty Gear, this game might have some problems with balance. Certain characters are crazy broken compared to others. Kevin definitely comes to mind, one of the kind of most hated characters in this game. But you know, if you can look past the balance, and if you're just kind of trying to play the game for fun, I think it's very easy to pick up and start doing cool stuff with. And obviously, for the time, the visuals were very beautiful. The characters were very unique. Is that something I've said about all these games other than Tekken, I guess? Yeah, that kind of stuff really matters, man. Just having iconic character designs that have stood the test of time, making them look really good, making them really easy to just start instantly having fun with as soon as you pick up the game. So I think they did a great job at that, and that is why people still have such respect for Garo Mark of the Wolves. All right, guys, I got one more game for this list. Transcending History in the World. A Tale of Souls and Swords, Eternally Retold. Yeah, we're talking about Soul Calibur 2. This game lives so fondly in people's
Soul
hearts.
Calibur
In terms
2.
of pure nostalgia, this has to be one of like the top.
Soul Calibur's sick.
People really loved this game at the time, and it still holds.
I wish I got to know it a little bit more.
I hate to sound like a broken record. One thing that stands out is that the characters, they feel very unique. So in this game and all the Soul Calibur games, everyone has a unique weapon type, right? And so immediately, just at a glance, you can go, okay, this is the sword guy, this is the nunchuck guy, this is the guy with the giant sword with an eye on it. This guy has a big stick. And again, I hate to sound like a broken record, but this game is fast, man. If you guys haven't played this game lately, yeah, it's crazy high damage. Movement is very fast and freeform. So this has the 8-way run system. So if you just press a direction, you move in that direction. Unlike a game like Tekken, where really you're just moving forward and backward, and then you have to specifically sidestep to utilize the 3 dimensions. In this game, you're just moving in 3D at all times, which is really cool, and I think does make the game a little bit easier for new players to understand the movement than a game like Tekken. Also, like Tekken, this game has a massive move list. I mean, okay, this is literally just the A attacks. This is the B attacks. I mean, good lord, the move list is insane for every single character in the game, and this game definitely has the Mac factor, where you can just press buttons and directions, and cool stuff will happen. I feel like that's always been something that Street Fighter has struggled with. Like, okay, you might know how to do a fireball and an uppercut in Street Fighter, but if you just are kind of like pressing all the buttons and like mashing around with your friends, it's not gonna be that cool in Street Fighter. I think that's definitely a problem that game runs into. Whereas this game, yeah, you're gonna see like 1,800 different moves, and you're gonna feel like a badass doing all this. So it has that match factor for new players that I think is one of the reasons why like everybody played this back in the day when it was out. But then once you've been playing for a while, you kind of start to learn your character's move list, learn more of the depth. There's a ton of different like stances and stuff in this game. There's a lot of defensive mechanics. So yeah, we've got guard impact, multiple different types of what are essentially parries in this game. And I think it goes without saying that the graphics in this game are really incredible. I mean, again, this is an old game. What was this, 2003? Oh my god, 2002. Yeah, this game is old, but visually it still holds up. And at the time, it was just like mind-blowing. I don't think I'd ever seen a fighting game that looked this good when it came out. So I think as a competitive game, this game was never really that popular. Tekken was always kind of the bigger tournament franchise, at least in America. That's the case. I know in some regions
It lagged the game when you hit injuries.
But overall, I think most people who played this did play it casually, and it's just an amazing game for that. In addition to everything I already talked about, this game had Weapon Master mode, which is one of the most beloved single-player modes ever in a fighting game. It's this crazy, long, deep system where you go through all these chapters. There's all these like special stipulations on matches where, like, oh, when you play this match, the floor is going to be lava, so you don't want to get knocked down.
Oh, dude, this game was so cool, man. I remember this shit.
Weapon Master mode back in the day, and then there were all the different weapons. So like every character in the game had like all these different weapons that you could buy.
I didn't own it, but I had a friend who owned it.
In this game, and you could play for a really, really long time just by yourself, because this was pre-online era. You could play forever and have fun unlocking stuff. So for a casual fighting game, I feel like almost nothing has ever outdone Soul Calibur 2. And the actual gameplay is just so fast, intuitive, and fun. I gotta give this game some credit.
Game looks sick. Wish I could have gotten to Soul Calibur a little bit more.
Azul and Toph are like really good, which I do agree with. Wow, my jab didn't even go the right way. And a lot of people. So the one difference I see between the playtesters and us is like, I think the general community thinks Kyoshi's really good, but I think the playtesters all think Kyoshi's really bad. My guess is this is you guys have to go to a flow. Also, I think the playtesters think Zuko is good, and all the like non-playtesters think Zuko is bad. Is it again? These are just general impressions I get, but like I think most people not in playtesterville like don't think Zuko's that great. Bye-bye. can do a full combo there. Shit. Then what punch? I need to find like a better way to shimmy after that. Wait, did that like? I think that's like a fake cross up. That's kind of crazy. I hate. Why does that combo not work sometimes? Oh, that's good. Oh shit. Oops, wrong combo. You just give up? Damn. And I think there's a lot of characters with like untapped potential. Like, you know, even like Katara and Aang, I feel like there's just no one playing them to their fullest. Because I think they're harder, right? Like, I think a lot of people are just biasing the easier characters because they're easy and I like winning right away instead of winning in a month, you know? Oh,
Yes, alright peeps, we are back. Top 12 for Versus Fighting 2016.
Yo!
The big one. It's going to be me and my boy Scoops on the ones and twos.
Let's go.
Commentating nothing but back-to-back banger matches for the rest of the day. Time to lock in. If you got friends that like Street Fighter, tell them to come join the stream. Tell them to check out those Matcherino codes. There's going to be a little pop bonus.
Let's go.
And it's going to be nothing but back-to-back banger matches. Let's get it.
I love it, love it, love it.
All right, so Zane combos. And Shorty.
Yes.
Remember, this is top 12 losers, so this is first to 2. But after this round, it's going to be top 3, top 8, first to 3. Yeah.
Okay.
So this is just first to 2, and the winner of this is going to play Ruzu.
Alright. If there's a first to 2 set to be had, is this one. This can go either way.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, it's going to be a good set.
Yeah.
Good set. Great start for Zane combos already.
I spoke with Shorty, and let me tell you, he was not looking forward to this. It's a tough match.
No one wants to fight against Bison, man. No. Nobody.
German Bison, dangerous.
I mean, no one wants to fight Seth either. Oh, he woke up. He gets taxi, bro. Oi. Oh, he's still alive. Does he ultra the dash?
Oh.
No. That was a good effort, though. Good effort.
Nerf Bison. Trying to get the Twitch chat up on my side here. Alright, I'm here. Shorty getting a bit of pressure. Gets grabbed though.
It's tough for Seth as well because he really can't afford to be having those trades with Bison. His health's so low.
Yeah.
Needs to make it count.
Can't jump.
Oh, nice neutral jump. Oh.
Good.
Man like Shorty.
It's hard to jump in as well and dive kick. You can't dive kick. You get knocked out of the air.
And now they're nothing. Yep, you just gotta wait. Hold the life lead. Oh, what a crumple. I missed the ultra.
Oh, red focus.
I'll show you might be in trouble. Oh. Yo, anyone's game. Anyone's game. EX Scissors don't reach from there. Oh, he's trying to bait it though.
Oh.
Nice air to air. Zane
Nice
combos taking the first game.
Good shit.
He's on fire today. Looking for that first top 8. I think both these players are looking for their first top 8 actually.
For versus fighting, yeah?
Yeah.
How far did Shorty get in 24? Do you remember?
I think 9th.
Oh, just outside of it, huh?
Well, one of them's gonna get it today. Who's it gonna beat?
I don't think we can count Shorty out just yet.
Yes, what's happening, Steve? I hope everyone's enjoying the stream. Sorry we had some technical issues today, but the games have been good. Hype top 12.
What's good?
Oh, he's out. Nice chase down with a roundhouse. Good anti-air. Nowhere to go.
Oh, suck.
Ooh.
Oh, get grabbed.
Damn, Shorty on the ropes right now.
Sinkhom's going at it, man.
All right, set point, Zane combos. Ooh. Oh, you can't punish that?
You could do it with Tatsu.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah. But it's a bit strange to do.
Oh, offline, short, T. Oh, I missed the dive kick as a setup. Needs to keep the momentum going.
Oh, we dropped it.
Nice neutral jump again. Zen Combo's doing a great job applying the